Alright everybody, we are back for the last McSpacebiff stream for probably a while. This level has come a long way in the last month. I remember when it was nothing but rock and stone. Rock and stone. Yeah, we started with a blank level about a month ago, and now we have kind of this like multi-leveled stretching maze of a level now. So yeah, it's come a long way. I'm excited to be finishing the gray box. Obviously, we're not going to completely finish it tonight because it needs what I refer to as a detail pass. That's something that you usually kind of go back and do after you test it a little more, which we need to do. We need to add in things like triggers and volumes and all this stuff that allows you to kind of play the level more like a standard level, right? But the general layout of the level is pretty much here. You know, we like adding like secrets and like passageways and, you know, just a variety of things. And mechanically, we're going to need some more things to finish this level. Things like one-way doors, key systems, that kind of thing. But the layout itself come along pretty okay, I think. So I'm excited to oh, who's shooting me? That guy's shooting me. I'm excited to be putting the not finishing touches, but the last touches for a while on the gray box, because I'm thinking next week we're gonna move over to some more Deadlock development. Start showing some stuff off in VR, because we're kind of wanting to focus on Deadlock for a little while, especially since Deadlock has a playable alpha that is out. So we want to work on some stuff where, you know, our development's going to go towards that, because people can immediately play it and give us feedback, as opposed to McSpacebiff. It's a little bit further out, right? Oh man, excuse me, got a really itchy nose. I don't know why. But my allergies have been like acting up these like last couple days. All right, where were we? That's a good question. You'll have to let me know if the stream's having quality problems tonight. I've been having like internet and like stuttering issues ever since. There it goes. There it goes again. I don't know why. My internet has fantastic upload and download speeds. But for whatever reason, it just Twitch specifically. It's been having some trouble lately. I might go ahead and drop the stream quality just a little bit, because that's better than you know, having it buffer. It's really disappointing because I have fantastic internet. I don't know what it is with Twitch. Probably because I'm not an affiliate, so I get like lower bandwidth. Could also just be my computer, to be honest, because I don't know. My computer's not that great. Not for both streaming and this. So, you will have to let me know if there's a major dip in quality or stuttering or anything. But yeah, let's pick it up where we left off. Last I was kind of building this like catwalk area for this portion of the level, and trying to think what I want to do. So there's 3 main rooms and this level. There's the terrarium, as I'm calling it. There's the waterworks over here. And then there is the sand pit, which is here. You're going to be able to do these in whatever order that you want. But this one's more jumping puzzle oriented than the others. This one over here is pure combat. The waterworks level is more puzzle oriented. It's not super difficult when it comes to a puzzle. It's just flicking switches on in different orders, and then the state of the room changes. And then this one has a lot of verticality. I don't want the jumping puzzle to be too difficult. Like the point isn't having the coordination to do the jumps. It's more figuring out where you want to go. So that's kind of something I gotta test as I go. I'm thinking this room might be filled with moonbots and whatnot. The original idea was a lot of the kidnapped NPCs would be hidden in this room, but I'm thinking I might just save that for a boss arena, because that's kind of more interesting, right? It's like it's a big payoff where you fight a room just full of those guys. At the end of this level, you're going to once you get all 3 keys, it's going to open this access elevator, and it's going to take you down to the lowest floor, which is going to be an arena where you fight a tripod boss. It's a boss that we had in the original version of McSpacebiff. Probably not going to be too different, to be honest. And once you fight it, you're going to be in this room, and it's going to have all the kidnapped NPCs kind of placed around the edges of the arena. Alright, so I want the key in this room to be kind of not hidden up here, but make you pick it up from up here. So you gotta do some jumping. You gotta do some puzzling. It would be kind of cool if you had to activate something in here. This is just another thing we need. We need like an NPC to tell you where to go and what to do for a lot of this stuff, or like some sort of AI companion, or just, you know, any kind of prompt. Yeah, so you jump in here and maybe activate something like a bridge, or I don't know. Oop. I'm gonna grab this gun over here. Okay, that's actually okay. It's not super difficult. I kind of want you to be able to make these jumps without sprinting, but I'm also kind of fine with them not being the easiest in the world. I know a lot of people find jumping puzzles to be a nuisance, though, so try not to go too overboard with them. This could probably be one step down. In fact, I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I think it's okay. Because I didn't want this to be so big that you had to, that took up all this area. But if it's going to be smaller, it has to be higher in this area, so. Maybe something like that. I want it to be obvious. This is where you jump from and jump to. But I also don't want it to look out of place in the environment. So that's something that's a bit of a struggle when it comes to level design sometimes, is finding a nice balance between, you know, visual spacing and aesthetics and actual functionality. So that's something I'm kind of tweaking right now. Like, this is actually too close. But if I want it to be easier to jump, it has to be higher. So I gotta move this back a little bit. And then build up the sand around this. This one up just a little bit. So they have a stepping stool to hop up. I don't want them to need it, but it's there for people who maybe aren't as good at jumps. Go ahead and save that. And go and try it out. All right. Boom, boom. All right. That's nice. We don't need the sprint anymore. We don't need it here either. We don't need it here either. I think that's a lot better. This one, okay, you don't need sprint there. You don't need it there. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. This, I think, could be a lot smaller. And just extend it vertically more. Probably be lower too. need to be lower, otherwise people will think this is a potential way to get up here, and that's not what I'm trying to do. Just trying to give them some extra platforming area when fighting enemies in here. Deciding on if I want any sand on this one. That might be okay. Nah, I think I just want sand on the whole thing. All right. This model really needs some better smoothing. It's completely shaded flat. It doesn't look very good. Let's see. There we go. That looks better. Tiling is really extreme though. I guess we designed it for this specific rock set. It just feels kind of wrong though. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We are trying to wrap up some McSpacebiff stuff so we can move on to Deadlock next week. That's the goal of the evening. How you been, man? Did you ever figure out the problems from the other day? No, it was kind of being a nuisance. Let's see what kind of sands. This one has the same problems, doesn't it? Yep. Yep. Same problems. Yeah, these cliffs need to be completely reworked. This one's okay, I think. In fact, I think I'm going to... That looks a little better. Yep, only took 30 minutes to fix. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I love it when something just like actually works. Even like fixing stuff. 9 times out of 10 when I run into a problem, it takes like the rest of my life to fix it. Depending on what it is. It's usually like something obscure and really annoying. Okay. Use this end. More appropriate, I think, for a jumping puzzle. I'm still iffy on how difficult I want this whole jumping puzzle to be because a lot of people just don't have the dexterity for that kind of thing. Me personally, you know, I like them. I like a little bit of a challenge. But, you know, at the end of the day, McSpacebiff isn't a puzzle platformer. It can have elements of it, but I don't want it to be what you would call like a showstopper, right? I want people to like have to figure out where they need to jump, but the actual like skill to pull off the jump should be pretty minimal, I think. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think people can rise to the occasion? Or do you think we should kind of make it not crazy difficult? I'm leaning towards not make it crazy difficult. Because if we make it not too hard, we can also kind of throw combat into the mix. I don't know. Decisions. Took only 30 minutes because what I did was delete the broken mesh and replace everything that was using the mesh by hand. Open a second version of it to see what I needed to fix. Yeah, we had to do something very similar when we migrated our project of root to a newer engine. All the animations got messed up. And we had to do basically the same thing. That was in the Unity engine. I don't know why. It's just something that happens sometimes, especially when migrating to a different version of an engine. Animations are likely to break, and for whatever reason, it can potentially break your whole project. All right. I think I need more scaffolds. The animations were fine, it was just the model itself. Just the animations, I knew it would have taken a month. Right. Sorry, I misspoke. Like all the animations and everything were still fine. It was the models that had to be retargeted to the animation. Yeah, redoing animations that's not fun. We're kind of going through something right now where we're trying to avoid redoing the animations for Deadlock. Even though the original animations, weren't super good, just because the type of rig we were using wasn't all that great. I mean, this was Blender from 10 years ago. It was like a very standard, kind of crappy, limited FK rig, which I prefer a mix of IK and FK, just because it, gives you more freedom and fluidity. But like back then, the way you had to like, rather than being able to like grab a hand and move it around like this, if you wanted the hand to move, you'd have to like grab it by the joint and then rotate that entire joint and then rotate the hand and then like the fingers, and you had to like work your way down the arm. It was really bad. It was very janky. Thankfully, Blender has come a long way in a decade, so you don't have to do that anymore. In fact, even back then you didn't have to. It's just the rigs were kind of set up hastily, and that was the tutorial we found at the time, because again, there wasn't as much information on the web back then. Believe it or not, there weren't any free engines back then either. Even Unity wasn't free. They had a free variant of the engine, but all the features were behind a paywall. Real-time lighting. Well, not real-time lighting. Real-time shadows. Or just shadows at all. Things like navigation meshes, that kind of thing. You know, the things you kind of take for granted. They were not accessible. So, yeah, it was a real pain. That's why we ended up making, you know, a game in the style of like Deadlock or Root, because stylistically, you know, it didn't need shadows. It was just a self-lit environment. Eventually, we did add a couple of real-time lights later once we upgraded to Unity 5. We got a Pro license. I think that was at the tail end of 2015, I want to say. No, it might have been early 2016, actually. But yeah. Yeah, I know about that. Remember Newgrounds? Yeah, dude. Newgrounds. I miss Newgrounds games. Newgrounds was like the birthplace of like a lot of indie devs, right? Like the guys who made Battle Block Theater and Alien Hominid and Castle Crashers. Like Alien Hominid was originally a Newgrounds game. And I remember it and just being like blown away. I was like, this is a free game? It's like someone made this using Flash? This is crazy. And then I played so much Castle Crashers with my brothers. It's not even funny. That was like a really fun Flash co-op game. If you haven't tried it, they released it was the first DLC in like 15 years, like last month, which is pretty funny. My first computer was a Windows 98 back in 2009. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I had a personal computer until high school. Which was like, you know, I want to say 2011. My mom gave me her old Toshiba laptop, and it was this like hulking beast of a thing. It was like a 19-inch. It sounded like a jet engine taking off, and it was not good, but it was like huge, and that was like pretty cool. We had a computer, but we didn't like really use it for anything. I think my mom used it for like Facebook, when like Facebook was like new. And yeah, it was just like this old Dell, old box monitor CRT, and it couldn't run anything until eventually my friend Will, the other dev, he had a graphics card from his other computer that, you know, he had just upgraded, and he gave me his old graphics card. And it was like we tried installing it into like a standard, like I think it was like a Gateway computer, which Gateway is like just doesn't even exist anymore. But yeah, I remember like trying for hours and hours and hours, and that graphics card just would not display. And eventually got it to display, and I was able to play Call of Duty 2, which was like pretty crazy. Had a lot of old games. Remember Armor games? Yeah, dude, Armor games. Everything in that generation seemed like not higher quality, but the ideas were so fresh, right? It's like now you've seen like most iterations of like every type of game. Like there's new stuff that comes out that's like still kind of impressive, but like back then every new game felt like it was like a fresh idea. I kind of miss that. Let's see. I need to adjust our player movement. Speed multiplier 1.2, 1.5 jump velocity. Okay, that's what I need to know. 1.1. You need to make that 1.5. Then fists weapons needs to be 1 and 1. I want the movement speed and the jump height to be the same in first and third person. Problem is that's too low now, so try that. Final Ninja, Strike Force Heroes, Chibi Knight, many more. I forgot about Chibi Knight. Man. Yeah, talk about a trip down memory lane and some of that. What is going on? To 1.5. All right, let's try this out. Should have made a difference. That's much higher. This is too high. Sure, it feels probably fine in first person though. No, it doesn't. It's still too much. Let's try 1.3. Which games had a grapple hook like Final Ninja? You can actually wrap around objects too. That would be pretty cool. Honestly, grapple hooks in games are just dope. Obviously, they don't fit in every type of game, depending on the pacing and the types of environments, but generally I'm a sucker for a grapple hook, more so than not. I've been playing this new game. Brain is not braining. Echo Point Nova. And that game is so much fun, dude. If you like fast-paced movement shooters or action games, I definitely recommend it. It's got a grapple hook in it. You can grapple hook everything, including like rockets that you shoot. So you can like shoot a rocket and then grapple it, and like it will like drag you across the map. You can grapple hook clouds. You can grapple hook people after you've like run into them. You also have like a hoverboard that you can like wall grind on and stuff. You can like double jump, and you can actually look upside down while shooting. It's super fun. And also, funny enough, there's a McSpacebiff Easter egg in it. We talked to the guy while he was making the game, and he made the McSpacebiff helmet, like one of the hidden hats in the game, which is like really cool. It's like, you know, he didn't have to pick us, but he picked ours, and you know, a couple other indies. You know, the hat doesn't do anything in game, but it's, you know, it's pretty cool to see it. In fact, I kind of wanted to like not stream tonight so I could play more of it. Also, Strike Force Heroes had a great multiplayer and unique weapons, skins, and voice actors. We had Arnold Schwarzenegger as a stormtrooper. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Okay, let's see here. The jump height's right, but you move too quick now. To be honest, I like this. I like this speed, me personally. But the type of game McSpacebiff is, this is too fast. Which I know, it's like, oh, there's no such thing as too fast. I agree, but McSpacebiff is a little bit more methodical. It's more akin to games like Borderlands. I wouldn't even say Borderlands. It's probably closest resembling the original Halos. It's like a mix between Reach and Halo 3. What's the game called that has McSpacebiff in it? It's called Echo Point Nova. It's by the creator of Severed Steel. It's a lot of fun. There's a free demo on the Steam store, so if you're, you know, hesitant to buy it, you can always check it out there first. But yeah, it's totally worth it. It's got 4-player co-op. The map is like insanely huge. There's a lot of gun variety. It's very fast paced, and the more you play it, like the more tricks and stuff you can do. You get like powers and stuff. You get like a wind vortex that you can throw down and like ride that up into the air. You can get like ice powers where you could like freeze enemies, or freeze like lava to like skate over it or grapple it. You can grapple hook clouds, which I think I said that before, but it's just so cool. You can get going very fast in that game. Like, it's probably one of the fastest movement shooters I've ever played, which I really like. I'm a sucker for high octane shooters like that. I used to play a game called Xenotic with my friends, but we would play specifically. There was an insta-jib grapple hook mode where you had an infinite grapple hook, and the railgun where it would like instantly jib people, and we would just like fly around under the map and try and shoot each other out of the air. It was a lot of fun. This sprint might be too fast. How's the stream quality, by the way? I was having some trouble earlier. See if I can... Nope. Need the air jump to do that proper. Also, while I was making this level, I was like really concerned that the performance was real bad. And it turns out it's literally just because I'm recording it and streaming it at the same time while also running like Spotify and a bunch of other things. Stream quality is good? Okay, good. Yeah, earlier it was buffering a lot. Yeah, I played, I finally, like, tried to play this level while not recording and streaming and all these other things that my computer can't run. The level itself was fine. It was running at, like, 100 FPS on, like, the high settings, so. It's literally just my computer just doesn't have the VRAM to be doing both. And generally, it's pretty smooth. It's just... there's one specific effect that I need to adjust anyway that the drone does. That's like really heavy because it's the particle effects are like spawning more than they should. And they also they each create their own light source, which is like really heavy, and they have shadows too. So it's like hundreds of particles that are casting their own shadow, which is not great for performance. I need to... Doors in your games are hard to see, so I found that when testing, so I added a green glowing light in order to tell where the door is. Made it where the lights glow red where they're locked. Yeah. Being able to distinguish different types of doors is super important. When we made Root, we made 3 different types of doors. We made blue door. Well, we made 4 technically. We made blue, yellow, and red. Red was no, I guess yeah, we did make 3. Yeah, blue, yellow, and red. Red was locked and could be unlocked. Blue was open, and yellow was inaccessible. Like you just couldn't use them. And then also we had one-way doors where they only opened from one side, and the pattern was different. Uh-oh. Says I've run out of space for recordings. That's not good. That's not good at all. I guess it's time to delete stuff. There we go. Yeah. Having signifiers to help players from getting lost is super important. Lighting is a really good way to kind of attract the eye of players. Like just putting like a spotlight. But also integrating a light into the door. That was a good idea. So now you just need to find out a sound similar to a Star Wars door open sound. Yeah. Yeah, you need like that like hydraulic piston type like sci-fi door. That's always good. What was I doing? Oh, wow. Why did that launch me all the way out? Let's see. I'm gonna put the movement speed back down. It was just a smidge too fast. This is more correct. You could stand to be a little, just a smidge faster. I'm afraid it's gonna break everything though. This isn't a terrible speed. So I'm getting around the level in a pretty like decent fashion. I'm making jumps that I feel like I should be able to make. As opposed to before, there was like falling short a little bit. Player base. There we go. Question, what makes a piston-like sound? So I can look that up. I will tell you this. A good like hydraulic piston type noise is actually like a trunk, like an old trunk closing that like specifically cars from like 2000s and earlier with those like pistons in them. The newer ones are too quiet, but like a car trunk closing on like a van sounds pretty good. Yeah. Let's try that. No, I don't want to talk to you. Go away. What is going on? Something about the player mass is like dragging me down. That's not good. It was just something about having higher mass. Okay. That's fine. He doesn't need to have high mass. Let's have this off to the side. Let's see. Excuse me. What else? Because I'm not getting much on Pixabay. I would really recommend looking up the GDC Sound Vault. Who's shooting me? Yeah, the GDC Vault has a lot of just a bunch of different stuff you can use. You have to subscribe, but there's like a bunch of stuff you can get. There's a free segment. Trying to remember. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, it doesn't require any attribution. It's unlimited uses, and there's some pretty high quality stuff. You have to dig for what you're looking for, but there's some good stuff in there. What am I doing? I have it's open already. Hey, happy Thursday. Welcome to the stream. We are tweaking a bunch of values at the moment. And also talking about the GDC Sound Vault, which I recommend to any indie who wants half-decent sounds and doesn't want to go digging for a bunch of them. Been doing things like tweaking the height of McSpacebiff's jump a little bit and the gravity on it. Basically, I increased the height and gravity to where you can jump a little bit higher, but it will snap you back down to the ground quicker. So it's a little less floaty, but it gives you a little bit more options for traversal. Value tweaking, I'm there. Yeah. Every dev knows the value of a value tweak, because most stuff is not usually right on the money the first time you dial it in. Like, things need to be changed with testing and whatnot to get the perfect mix. Out in the Night says, they may be half decent, but I can turn them into the greatest thing you've ever heard with Audacity. Exactly. So you don't have to have, an audio sample that's, exactly what you need out of the gate. If it's close enough and, throw some filters on it. There's a lot you can do with like synthesizers and stuff as well. This view feels a little bit better. Bullets fly a little bit faster now. Sounds awesome. Need audio stuff for sure. Yeah, definitely recommend the GDC Sound Vault because it's a bunch of other, audio technicians and developers that have accumulated stuff over the years, and it's pretty handy. Most of the sounds that you hear in McSpacebiff are actually from the GDC Sound Vault. They've been tweaked a lot, but they did come from the Sound Vault. And to be honest, they haven't even been, these are not final pass sounds. It's just like mostly placeholder stuff. But, it works. I think I can look at it on my PC. There are 3 different ones. Yeah, there's a variety of them. Oh, that's something I hadn't considered. It's the ceiling height. No, that's about right. Him even touching the ceiling here isn't really that big of a deal. Yeah, I can see he just like falls right back down. Problem is camera clipping, but that's more of a camera issue than a jump height. Yeah, GDC Sound Vault. I think I dropped the links. A little bit higher in the chat. Basically right before you got here. But yeah, tonight we're trying to put the finishing touches on this gray box. If I could crouch jump through this. Wow. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm not used to the new jump height. Whoops. Blame this guy. Punch. Man, I love this room. I love you all. I love you all. If you get that reference, I appreciate you. If you don't get that reference, it is a reference to a very odd movie, but a movie I like quite a lot, where Michael Fassbender plays a character named Frank, who is this prodigy musician who wears a giant costume head the entire movie. And then what's his name? The guy who plays General Huxley in the new Star Wars, or that one rom-com, About Time. I forget his name, but he plays like a guy who so desperately wants to be special, so he just kind of hangs around them. Which one should I choose? The Goonies. Are you thinking about that? No. This is a very different movie from the Goonies. It's called Frank. Speaking of Frank, R.I.P. to my boy Frank from Real American Pickers, that History Channel show where they went around collecting like old antiques and like flipping them and selling them. He passed away the other day. And the only reason I know that is because that was the show my friends and I would always watch whenever we would go to like the beach. It would just always be on TV for whatever reason at night. So that would be like the thing we like watched after like hanging out on the beach all day. We just watched Real American Pickers. Domhnall Gleeson, yes, yeah. Excellent actor. Is in a lot of weird movies, like Swiss Army Man, Suburbia, I think it's called Suburbia. Yeah, really good actor. He's in one of my favorite rom-coms called About Time, which is about a guy who can go back to any day in his past by going into his closet, thinking of that moment, and squeezing his hands very hard. And you know, it just turns into a mess. So, interesting movie. And then Frank is also an interesting movie. And Swiss Army Man is also an interesting movie. And then, you know, then he goes to play General Huxley in the new Star Wars, which, to be honest, he was like one of the best things in the new Star Wars. American Pickers, I remember watching that. Yeah. Pretty entertaining show. Obviously, it's like, you know, not my go-to, but it's like something to put on. It's like it's what I call vacation TV. It's like something, you know, you've gone somewhere, you're not at home, and you've just had a long day of, you know, exploring some place, or like being at the beach or in the mountains, or you went to Disney or something, and, you know, you're tired, but you're not quite ready to go to bed, so you're like, okay, let's see what's on TV. Ooh, Real American Pickers. What's that? And it's like, you know, it's pretty entertaining. But yeah. There are a lot of interesting movies I grew up with. Some of them like Wayne's World, Wild America, The Fifth Element. And that is that's quite the range of movies there. Also, Fifth Element is so cool. I watched Fifth Element again recently. And I think we need more sci-fi movies like that, where it's like it's just its own universe with its own characters, and it's like it's goofy and it's weird, and it's got like a unique aesthetic, and the story's pretty good, and like it's got like A-list actors in it, but Fifth Element was really, really good. It's like it's hokey too, right? Like, it's just cheesy and corny, but it's good. I want a game that has stuff like Fifth Element. Yeah, me too, man. That's like my type of sci-fi, right? Like, OG Star Wars and Fifth Element is like perfect mix of like cool but weird. Everything has like had the edges of it like worn off too much these days. Like, no one would make Fifth Element now. It's just too unusual. Dude, TV, vacation TV is perfect. Yeah, vacation TV is like, that's what I call it, you know. Over time, we're gonna come up with some pretty good terminology, I think. Like we've got what is it? Vacation TV. We've got potato chip games. I think we were talking about potato chip games the other day, where it's just like, you know, they're pretty good, but it's like low calorie. Like there's nothing really all that special about it. It's just like it's meant to be consumed very quickly and in a lot of it. But there's like no real substance to it. Sort of feel like Time Splitters 2 sort of fit that note. Yeah, Time Splitters definitely does kind of hit that Fifth Element itch, I would say. But again, we haven't had a Time Splitters game in 20 years. So, yeah, there's not really anything being made like it anymore. Which is a shame, because I like to think they're pretty cool. And I think, oh, you know what? A really good example that's very similar to Fifth Element is probably Beyond Good and Evil. That's probably the closest thing I can think of in terms of just like general aesthetic. Time Splitters is also a really good example. I love seeing the snapping working that well. Yeah, me too, man. It is it's a lifesaver, I'll tell you that much. This isn't on the snap kit system, so that's why it's like acting weird. But yeah, then you see something like this where I need to put it on the cell snap. Oh, oops. Bad example, because it's not on it at the moment. Time Splitters 2, now that is a crazy game. Yeah, it is a crazy game. A lot of those like old PlayStation 2 games were just really interesting. Games like Dino Crisis, Turok, Jak, like Jak 2, Jak 3. Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil, great call. Yeah. It's probably the closest I can think of, right? Where it's like, you know, you've got like a weird cast of characters. It's sci-fi. It's like kind of dystopian. It's goofy. It's comedic. But let me tell you, sometimes if you want a game or a movie like that, do it yourself or do it with friends. Yeah. Agreed. Because it ain't gonna happen if we do nothing about it. That's 100% true. Because, yeah, look, perfect example. Beyond Good and Evil 2 has been in development hell for 15 years. I don't think we're ever gonna see it because it's just... Conceptually, it's too cool for anyone to, like, actually go and make it, right? It's like they can't slap a billion microtransactions on it, so there's no reason for them to build it. Which is sad, but you know, yeah, that's why I like the indie space so much. There's just so much cool stuff being made. And you know, you don't have any shareholders or stuffy publishers telling you, hey, don't do that. That's weird. People might not like that. It's like, okay, dude, well, people don't know what they want. People would eat nothing but potato chips if they could, but it would kill them. So it's up to us to provide that A1 Wagyu. And be like, hey, maybe try this. And you know, they'll throw a tantrum like a 2-year-old and go, I don't wanna. Then you go, no, you're gonna eat this and you're gonna like it. And they eat it and they're like, wow, where's this been my whole life? Getting ready to spend a bunch of money on airsoft. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Dude, I miss airsoft. Like, I used to go hard on airsoft. Like my backyard, I dug like a 50-foot trench in my backyard. Like, and it was like an actual trench. Oh man, yeah, let me tell you. Funny enough, so, you know, I built a trench and a bunker and like used my dad's like old hunting blinds to like build an above ground trench. And then my brother had like a ghillie suit that he wove out of burlap. I mean, we took it really, really seriously, and we were using things like vehicles and stuff too. Like we were like using our 4-wheeler and go-kart and stuff. But yeah, funny enough, after we stopped, okay, I'm gonna go on a tangent here to tell a story that's like kind of funny. So years and years later, you know, we weren't really playing airsoft anymore, but the trench was still there because I hadn't filled it in. So it was like a, you know, about a 4-foot deep trench, like chest level, and it ran about 50 foot, right? And so one day, I was sleeping in because I worked like until 3 a.m. the night before. I was still living with my parents. This is back when like my parents were like still together. So I'm sleeping one day, right? and all of a sudden I just hear a scream just downstairs. Ah! And I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Why is my mom screaming? And then I'm like super groggy because I've slept maybe like 5 hours. So I like run to the top of the stairs and I look down and I see my mom like by the front door, holding a robe together, just going, if he comes in, I'm gonna shoot him. If he comes in, I'm gonna shoot him. And I'm just like, what is going on? And in the other hand, she's got a 357. So she's holding a bathrobe. She's got a 357, and she's just like, if he comes in, I'm gonna shoot him. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on, but it's go time, right? Like I hear sirens outside. I'm like, something crazy. The world's ending, right? I woke up and the world's ending. So we had an old World War II Mosin Nagant in our game room, like propped up in the corner. And I run over there and I'm like groggy and I grab the Mosin. I put one in the chamber and I rack it. And I run over to the window and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's trying to break into our house. I don't know if it's police, criminals, SWAT. I don't know if there's zombies outside. I don't know what's going on, right? And then I see these guys like just sprinting through our backyard. And one of them like jumps the fence and the other like dives into the trench. And then I see like, no joke, like 5 cop cars come tearing through our backyard. And I'm just like, what is going on? I'm just like, okay, there's cops. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna like, it's like, it's go time, right? But I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have the Mosin like in plain view because I don't want them shooting me. And it turns out what had happened is our house was like on the county line. A bunch of people had robbed a bank in the next town over, and were like, they crossed over into Polk County from Plant City, which if you know anything about Florida and Polk County, there's a certain sheriff named Grady Judd who is kind of famous for saying like, you know, like he's a big fan of like people shooting people down if they like break into their house. So the moment they crossed over into Polk County, it was just like on like Donkey Kong, dude. Like these guys were like getting chased. And you know, they broke away from their car and they were like running through our backyard and into the other neighborhood. And you know, I see these like cops like swarm and like fan out to like look for this guy, and they're completely missing him because he's hiding in the trench that I dug for airsoft, which is just, it's so funny, dude. But yeah, they eventually found him, and then they found the other guy in the neighborhood behind us where he had broken into someone's house and grabbed a Bible from their house, and then like started walking up and down the street pretending to be a Jehovah's Witness, going from like door to door. And they almost let him get away until like they got a description on the guy and they arrested him, which is just, it's so funny. Like I swear to God, like all of this is real. Like this is something that like actually happened. But yeah, that's so yeah, airsoft, pretty fun. Yeah, I didn't think the airsoft trench I dug as a teenager would end up getting used as a like a shootout bunker. But hey, you know, that's Polk County, Florida for you. Anyway, what were we talking about? Who knows? That is batshit insane. Yeah, it is batshit insane. I swear, like you can look this up. This was probably 2013. Anyway, I gotta go back up through the chat because I kind of ranted there for a little bit. Okay, on the night was saying that's why we are game designers. We can do it ourselves. Exactly. Back to the point of like no one's making, you know, weird but cool, interesting stuff because it's like considered not safe. The indie scene, that's what it's all about. We're making games because no one is going to make the game that we want to make that has our voice on it. So, besides AAA games these days, have me puzzled why they do need over 100 developers to make a game like that. Yeah, 100 people to change the light bulb. Yeah, well, it's a lot of it comes down to like design by committee, and also when you get to a studio that's so big, honestly, you work at any company that's over a certain size, it becomes super inefficient, just because of lack of communication, and I don't know. Like an optimal company is usually around 50 people or so. Because at that point, you know, everyone is still doing a very specific job, and they're able to communicate a little bit better. Yeah. But yeah, that is a real thing that happened. But yeah. Airsoft, yeah, it's pretty fun. Played it for years. I wouldn't mind getting back into it if I had the time or money to do it. Honestly, it's just the time, because when I'm not working on games, I'm, you know, driving an hour to see my girlfriend who lives like over in Orlando. So, you know, not a lot of time to be running around and playing airsoft with a bunch of teenagers. All right, so I'm thinking these jumps are feeling pretty good. Well, not Mike. Well, I think you mean, well, not yours. Are you referring to the scale of your game, or? Yeah, because by optimal, I mean, said it wrong. I mean by Dad's buddy Mike grabbed a bat and then chased the guy. Oh, man. Spooky. Yeah, my mom was like freaking out. I mean, I'm pretty sure she would have shot the guy. Like you see someone like, you know, running through your yard and they're being chased by 20 police officers. Yeah, you're gonna be like a little bit scared, right? For the longest time, our house just felt like, I mean, it's like your peak America house, where there's just like guns in every nook and cranny. It's like, why did we have a World War II Mosing the gun, like laying around in the open in our game room? It's Florida, it's America. Why not? Why do I make all these games with guns in them? I like guns, dude. They're fun. Second Amendment, baby. All about it. The guy Mike was chasing Escape from the Police. Ooh. Yeah, no, we shoot home invaders here in Florida. Yeah, like I was saying, Polk County, we have kind of this like this famous sheriff named Grady Judd. He was interviewed one time where a guy got in a shootout with cops, and I think the police shot him like over 100 times, right? Like some crazy number, and the press like interviewed him. And he's like, they're like, why did you shoot him that many times? It's like, why did you shoot him 100 and something times? And Grady Judd was like, we ran out of bullets. That's such an insane response, right? It's like they're gonna think it's just like because he like, you know. It's just oh man. Florida doesn't feel like a real place most of the time. But boy, do I love it. On says they're chasing in and out of the garage, the yard. More than my mom comes out with a gun. The guy got caught and arrested. Good. Yeah, having criminals run around in your yard is generally not a very fun thing. That's crazy, man. Yeah, you're in Texas, so I'm preaching to the choir on that one. Your state's just as crazy as ours. You're probably the only state that can compete with Florida in terms of gun owners and just general redneckery. I'm Simca. Gotta get those moon commies somehow. Not in Texas when that happened. Well, the spirit of Texas was with you. It was California. Ooh. Yeah, well. Yeah, California's also crazy. Maybe the guy had killed a cop or something. Yeah. Yeah, the guy they shot like over 100 times. Yeah, he killed a cop. So yeah. Yeah, generally, rule of thumb, don't kill cops. They tend to take it a little personally. Which, you know, I don't know if that's the right thing, but just don't kill cops, guys. How about this? Just don't kill anyone. It's a good idea. Unless they're breaking into your home, in which case, you know, shoot them dead. And then, I know that's like a controversial thing to say, right? It's just like, do you value your stuff over their life? It's just, you know. But the real question is, why did they value my stuff over their life? Also, I'm not worried about my stuff. I'm worried about my life. I don't know. I don't know that the guy breaking into my house only wants my limited edition Top Gun poster. I'm assuming he's here for me because I cut him off in traffic 2 days ago. I don't know. Anyway, let's change the subject. This is getting a little grim. But guns for shooting commies. That's all right. That's always good. That is the moral thing to do, is to shoot commie bastards dead. Better dead than red. I'm really liking this new jump height. It's like a little snappier. It's like ever so slightly higher, but the gravity is heavier. Because before it did feel kind of floaty, and that was to make up for the fact that, you know, you couldn't jump as high, so it allowed you to kind of clear further distances. But I think I would rather just let the player jump higher, and then it snapped them back to the ground faster. Because it feels so bad to like just barely miss a jump and then have to wait what feels like an eternity to like hit the ground and try again. Ooh, that felt good. It's a good, like, see if I can, yeah, dash jump. Texas is safer because we have guns and lots of guns, and if you try something in town full of guns, well, everyone's gonna stop you. Yeah, it's mutually assured destruction, right? What's funny is I don't know if you've ever seen the show Atlanta. but there's a scene where this guy is like chasing someone down through a mall, and he like shoots at him, and everyone pulls out guns, even like the mom with the stroller, and it like just immediately turns into a standstill. It was very, very funny. Obviously, it's like overblown, right? But ooh, that feels real bad. Yeah, that like laser firing effect really impacts performance. Yeah, it's like, what's crazy is I'm only getting 40 FPS right now, but it's literally just because my computer is maxed out from streaming and recording at the same time. It's like I can do one or the other, but I also like to record, so I just have higher quality video for video, like TikToks and stuff, and maybe to eventually upload to the channel at some point. But yeah, I played this same level, and even with the like small hitch that those like drones cause, on max settings, when I'm not streaming and listening to music and have my browser open and am also recording at the same time, this level gets like 100 FPS. So I was like really worried I wasn't optimizing things correctly, but it's quite literally just my card doesn't have the VRAM to be doing all this. What I should be doing is I should build a separate rig to record this and stream it. But the Knight says, it proves if you try something in a place with guns versus a place without, you can tell how it's gonna end. Yeah. But of course you can't cure stupid, so you know someone dumb enough is gonna do that. Yeah. But, I think it's good to, have the right to defend yourself. I mean, our founding fathers thought so. Also, it's not just to defend yourself. It's literally to, have the means to rise up against a tyrannical government. For instance, if the Soviet Union ever took over, it's your responsibility to take America back from those commies. Oops. Overshot it. Just how the founding fathers intended. I love that meme. Where it's just like, intruders break into my home. I study my cannon at the top of the stairs. I load one into the chamber. I blow a coconut-sized hole in the first one. Second one, I use my flintlock pistol to kneecap him. Third, I pull out my cavalier sword and slice the ankles of the third, loading a full musket in the meantime as he crawls away. Just as the founding fathers intended. Founding fathers would be right alongside the Biff Boy here. Yeah, well, that's good because there's going to be a lot of founding fathers memorabilia in McSpacebiff. So like how a lot of games have like, secret hats and like items and stuff. In McSpacebiff, when you're gathering items for the ASS, the supercomputer, the American super server in orbit, it's going to ask for you to track down antique, historic American memorabilia, and it's all going to be stuff like George Washington's dentures and Abe Lincoln's hat and Teddy Roosevelt's yo-yo and, Eisenhower's comic book collection. And it's just going to get more and more deranged. and nonsensical as it goes. But you'll get like stuff in exchange for it. Like upgrades and stuff. Alright, we gotta lock in. We've gabbed too much. So the idea is the guy who's gonna have the key was gonna be like dead up here. And originally I was gonna have this kind of be like a shaft that leads up through the ceiling, so I need to rework everything over here. Over here. Funny thing is, my brother has a cannonball and shell from an artillery cannon. Oh, that is very cool. I'm Sib Cook says, oh, that's great. Yeah. On the night, I always wanted to use a musket for a game. Gonna make it the most powerful weapon in the game. On the night, besides, imagine a musket with a scope. That would look really cool. A sniper musket. Yeah. I have a tendency to agree. Oh, what did I do with it? Where did I put it? Let's see if this will open. If not, that's fine. Nope, that ain't it. Oh, come on. Boo. There we go. Laser musket. Laser musket. Laser musket. McSpacebiff musket. It's not quite a musket, though. But we were thinking, at one point, we were going to have a kind of like sand people faction. That are like colonists that have like gone rogue and mutated and crazy from all the radiation on the planet. It won't let me edit multiple at once, will it? Dang it. A lot of cool guns. Remember that revolver Lee Van Cleef had and a few dollars more? Yeah, dude. Fistful of dollars, a few dollars more. There's so many like cool guns in movies. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like this more than the quad shot's really good though. I wish I had the drawing of the quad shot. I might. Nope, that ain't it. Oh well. Anyway. Quad shot is it's hard to beat it. It's such a cool concept, especially a quad shotgun that folds into a double barrel. Could we open the Blender file and play with it? No, I gotta finish this. I know it's so cool, but I really gotta finish this map, man, because we gotta get rolling into Deadlock next week. And I know it's so good, but yeah, it's on the night says. Besides, ever since I was a wee lad. Besides, ever since I was a wee lad, I wanted to have a musket with a scope and a revolver with a light green trench coat. Oh, that would be sick. What about a minigun with 4 barrels? Pretty cool. Just once, you're right. Yeah. Listen, man, I don't even know where the file is right now, to be honest. I'll have my computer looking for it in the background while we how about that? Type in quad, should show up. Okay, I want this to feel like a cavern. Ooh, that's nope. Facility. It's supposed to feel like it's underground, but I want like some peeks up into the daylight. Not where it's going to affect the scene, but just to kind of get the feeling that it's like sand is coming through. Sim Cook says, I'm loving this environment kit. Me too, man. Very versatile. All this is one cliff. Alright, let's see. You like close off all other bits. I just want it's like a little bit at the top to show. Oh, no, we got a little, got a beaker. About that. Like that. I already did that, made the outfit myself with the coat, the hat, and the boots. The musket I never got. But I do got this Mosin Nagant and a Ruger. Yeah, sick, dude. I love a good Mosin. What's funny is the Mosin Nagant got a lot of use for way past World War II. Like, well into, like, the Cold War and, like, past the Cold War, people, like, still had Mosins, which is kind of crazy, but also pretty cool. I'm gonna push this out more. There we go. But when it comes to guns, the only ones I know a lot about is Wild West ones, because I always wanted to be a cowboy ever since I was a kid. And now I'm a cowboy. Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, you work on like a farm, right? Yeah, that's quite literally a cowboy. Maybe fire a spotlight down through it. Get some light ray action. Yeah, I'm gonna... Don't you worry, I'm gonna have a light shooting down through. I wouldn't have it open at the top if I wasn't gonna do that. You got the right idea, buddy. Probably that one there, and then spotlight. Do a mix of the two. It's like I want that glow from around the top. I could probably turn shadows off for this one, actually. Shadow. No. This is not really gonna make a difference. This one I do. There we go. Need a hanging light. This actually needs to be way higher. Because this is supposed to be deep, deep, deep underground. That's probably good enough. All right. Right now, that simple light we need to have to be revealed. Yeah, we would have to build in light shafts for it to We can do that, but it's not particularly what I want to do for this. Did you turn the shadow off? Yeah, I did. This needs to come in to seal this. Mosing is simple and easy, so it's not hard to imagine to see it be used to this day. Yeah, exactly. And a gun is a gun. Doesn't matter if it's old. You can still do the job. Well, it's like the Kalashnikov. The AK is like pretty old too. It's like Cold War era, and it's still used everywhere just because it's so reliable. Managed to finish eating this chicken. There are only 4 left too. The next 3 days, I'm taking a break from working on my game so I can help someone else games for a bit. Oh, that's cool. What kind of game are you working on? All right. I'd say that's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Right now I gotta move all these. Should've done that first. Oh well. You live and learn. Or in my case, you just live. There we go. Guy I'm helping is a platformer. Needs me to work on some animations and rigging. So far, I hate weight painting this model they gave me. I'm not good at this type of body shape. Yeah, weight painting in general is just kind of a pain, to be honest. It can be like kind of cathartic, but it's just so time consuming. And the auto weight paint basically never gets it right. I don't know why. It can for like some characters, but if you have like even the most remotely unique character, it can't handle it for some reason. break anything over here. Ew. Ew. Trying to design this in a way where you can like see up, but it can still anchor is kind of annoying, but it will be worth it for all 8 people who look up once they get up here. The life of a game dev is like dumping dozens of hours into something that maybe 5 people will see. Okay, that's looking good. Yeah, just cleaning up after doing automatic weight paint. Yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere to start. I just kind of wish it would like do the whole thing. This is good enough, I think. Oh, come on. Just as I say that. Okay, perfect. These should all be able to anchor into the ceiling now. That looks pretty good, I think. Can always use detail on the way to show the player where something is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a billion ways to do things. This is more so environmental storytelling than anything. I don't even know if I'd call this environmental storytelling, but it's set dressing. That's a better word for it. 'Cause it's like, this facility is supposed to be way underground, and I want to give players a feel for how underground it is. And this is a good way to do that. By the way, remember when I said I was looking for a musician for my game? Well, I found one now. Same for level designer. Oh, awesome, dude. Building yourself a little team. Probably finish your game before we finish ours at this rate. having a team is like, man, the more the merrier when it comes to like indie dev, because you know, anything that can like free you up to do the thing you're best at, that's always good. Like, I know it's good to like learn all the different traits and skills of everything. But generally speaking, you're gonna be like more tuned to a certain type of portion of game dev than another. Like for me, I'm definitely more of a level designer than, say, like a programmer. Same with like animation. I like animating more than I like modeling. It's like I can do both, but there's one I prefer and one my time is like better suited towards. I gotta be careful about this because this is also this down here. I want to make sure there's no gaps. Okay, it's still good. All right, let's load into this again. We'll do it first person. That's a lot cooler, I think. You know, I might do this. Just to make it a little bit more of a challenge. The level designer hasn't been responding to my messages. Oh man. So I'll ask them again about discussing the level design when we get a chance. Yeah, that's one of the hardest things about having a team is coordinating with said team, because they're gonna have their own schedules and everything too. Especially if you know, you're not like paying them to do it. If it's like a rev share type thing, they're gonna have their own like stuff they're gonna have to be dealing with, because they gotta pay the bills somehow. In my experience though, even people you are paying are kind of hard to get a hold of sometimes. There was a stint when we were still in Unity where we had like hired this guy, and we were like paying him, and he's like kind of hard to get a hold of at points. Which, hey, you know, he was also making his own game. What was kind of annoying is like we gave him like not a negligible amount of money to like prototype the stuff we were like trying to do, so we could, you know, focus on other aspects of the game. And he kind of ended up not really doing what we asked of him, which it would have been, it didn't matter anyway because we were moving away from Unity, but it was kind of annoying. It's like, dude, we're paying you. You're a freelance guy. We've already paid you, and we're continuing to pay you. Like, maybe respond and do what we ask you. All right, time to make this catwalk make sense. Because it doesn't really make sense to be, you know, having a hanging catwalk that goes nowhere. So I gotta build like a building face. That's not what I want. I want... What is this? Slant wall. This is what I'm looking for. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. This could probably move a little bit. I'm gonna take it off the cell snap. Let's see. Nope, I take it back. Where's the piece? There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Level designer just responded now. It must be a different time zone. They may be doing it for free, but when I put it on Steam, they're just gonna get paid from it. Yeah, yeah, but there's, it's hard to maintain people's attention for rev share, because it's not money in the hand right now. I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying, be wary. A lot of people will be flaky. Not saying this guy necessarily will, but it's definitely possible. You know what? I don't need this piece. I need... This can probably be pulled out. I'm really liking how this is turning out. Just this room in general. The aesthetic's real nice. Let's see. Yeah. Only problem is there's still one room that's not completely connected right now. It's the terrarium. That room still needs a lot of work. Very unfortunate, but I'm also thinking I can probably just live with it for now. I don't know. I might just stream a little later than normal tonight, just to be done with it. Yeah, I'm thinking it's worth it just to kind of get this over the hump. Because we really gotta hit the gas on Deadlock if we want it out by, you know, holiday this year. Which is, it's looking unlikely, but, you know, maybe not impossible. I don't know. But right now, there like no levels exist for it right now. Not like a gun range or anything. Ooh, I got sent to the moon. Okay. 45. Me. Nope. Yep. Okay. Also, tomorrow's Friday, so I can afford to be a little sleepy on a Friday. It's gonna be fine. This needs to be pushed back ever so slightly. That, yep. There we go. Now we've got our little A little secret room. You guys got this. Ah, that's nice of you to say. Yeah, I think we'll make it. It's gonna be tight, but it's not impossible. We've worked faster before. It really depends on the holiday season because it's probably about to get pretty crazy at my job. But I think I will probably be able to swing it. This cliff set really is super versatile. With squash and stretch especially. Whoops. Oh, come on. Stop fighting me. There we go. I'm doing this the hardest way possible, but it's gonna be worth it. Y'all hear about all those like seaport workers like going on strike? I was just thinking about that. Mainly because Prime Day is like starting pretty soon. And that's making me think about like the holiday season. And soon enough, if they don't like settle with the like dock workers union, that's gonna like really tank the economy, and also like Christmas presents and stuff are like not gonna be arriving on time, and we're gonna like have supply shortages on things like microchips and stuff. It's gonna be pretty rough. Interested to see how that plays out. Is this on the cell snap? Not on the cell snap. What have I been doing? I guess it is on that 64 grid. Yeah, big stuff right now. All before an election too, which is like a little suspicious, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just hoping it gets resolved because I need my Christmas presents. Not for me, but because I always kind of go over the top at Christmas. I generally start buying Christmas presents sometime in like August, but for this year I just didn't have the money to. Funny enough, it's literally just because I have a girlfriend this year, and it's just like, oh yeah, I'm spending money on dates and stuff. Like last year I got like my brother and his wife a VR headset, and I got my brother's like drones and stuff. It's pretty cool. But what I like about, starting in August, it's not as like heavy, right? It's like piecemeal throughout the year, and it's like little stuff. Like I go really hard on gifts tailored to the person, right? Just like stuff other people wouldn't think to get, or like handcrafted stuff from like Etsy and stuff. I feel like that's better than, just receiving something that you would probably buy for yourself. That said, the older I get, gifts like socks and underwear are like a lifesaver. Because it's like, it's stuff I need but don't buy, because I don't think about it. But yeah, like one year I got my mom like a bobblehead, like a real estate bobblehead in the style of like The Office. But it was like her as a real estate agent, because she's a real estate agent, and then also with like strawberries, because she was a strawberry queen at one point. And I had it custom made where I took pictures from like her Facebook and stuff. I like compiled them from different angles, and I sent it to this company, and they were able to like make her face on a bobblehead, which was like really cool. That kind of stuff. Yeah, weird how that changes. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like, as you get older, it's like Christmas isn't as exciting, right? Because it's, you're not waking up early to, get presents in the morning. But I've found that I really enjoy getting people presents that they would normally like get for themselves. Like seeing someone get like excited about something you got them because you've been like paying attention. That's always really cool. I got to keep up Christmas presents. I don't really think about much besides there. Nothing me and my dad and my mom want. My brother just wants money for Christmas, but I already got my Christmas presents early. A team to work on my game with. Amen to that, brother. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of got my Christmas present early too, which was, you know, exclusive publishing rights to, you know, the game I released a decade ago. And to Deadlock. And see, the biggest thing was while we were with them and we had an outstanding debt, we weren't able to make any other games under those IPs or in that universe. So that's the main thing. It's like it wasn't even about getting those games back, it was just getting the ability to make those games. That's what was like really exciting. I'm gonna move that one here. Does that go up into nothing? I don't know. Found out recently that Root is still selling on the Humble store, and we do not have access to it. That's annoying. We only got the rights back on Steam, so we gotta do something about it at that point. But it's just so not on our radar. But we do see like code activations coming in for Root, which means it's either like a third-party reseller or it is just actually Humble. But it's like maybe 2 or 3 copies here and there, so it's not worth dealing with. Especially considering our old publisher takes 8 years to respond, and you know we've got more important things to deal with than like try and wake him up out of his Planters Peanuts coma. Dude, every meeting we ever had with him over the phone, he was always like eating something, and it was like just like I think like peanuts or something. But it's just like, dude, could you at least pretend to be professional? It's like, please, like, stop. Like, I get this is like basically a mom and pop operation publisher, but jeez, dude, like, have some punctuality. Stop eating while in the middle of a meeting. Answer our emails. You know, basic stuff that you expect in exchange for 30% of your profits. They never even localized the game, which is like one of the things we had in the contract. So it's like they didn't hold up their contract. But, you know, whatever. Water under the bridge. Water under a bridge that we are trying to burn. You know, I wish them well, but I don't want anything to do with them. Just publishers in general, if they don't like actively offer you anything that's worth the cut of your game, don't get one. Like, that's not to say don't get a publisher, because publishers are great for a lot of reasons. Like, they have the ability to give you funding to make your game. They can market your game for you. They can do things like handling QA and localization and all this wonderful stuff. But you have to ask yourself, is it worth the percentage of your overall profits? If it's things that you can do on your own, and what they're going to do for you is not going to outweigh the percentage that they're going to take, don't go with a publisher. But yeah, like, we're considering approaching publishers for McSpacebiff because we desperately need money to make the game. You know, I always wanted to work with Devolver Digital for marketing. Yeah, Devolver's solid. Devolver, the thing about Devolver is they have a good track record, right? Like, they have games that all fit a very particular style, right? They're like, they do a lot of like flashy, actiony, and humorous type games. But they also have a wide variety, but in general, their audience is going to overlap. And they also just have the funds to market your game, right? We had a friend who worked with Devolver from actually here in Lakeland. He made a game called Dropsy, and pretty cool guy. Name's Jay Tholen. He released a game called Dropsy and also Hypnospace Outlaw under a different studio called Tindershoot. Not different studio, different publisher called Tindershoot. So he's worked with Devolver and Tindershoot. And from what we heard from him, Devolver was like super solid. They like marketed his game. They like paid some of his bills so he could like finish making the game. Even though that wasn't like part of their contract. Yeah, Devolver is a very solid publisher. But yeah, again, that kind of plays into what I'm saying. It's like they're worth the percentage, right? Because, you know, they're going to market your game. They're going to like do QA, quality assurance, and, you know, they have an audience that they can actually push the game to. And I'm sure they might even help with localization, or maybe even like, you know, getting a game to work on like consoles and stuff. I don't know for sure, but I imagine they have the hookups for at least pointing you in the right direction for that kind of stuff, because it's stuff they've done before. So yeah, that'd be a cool publisher to work with. They're also located in Texas. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, yeah, a lot of publishers and studios have moved to Texas over the years, just for like tax reasons and climate reasons and political reasons. A lot of them used to be based out of California, but California is kind of on fire, climate-wise and politically right now, so everyone's kind of fleeing to Texas. Is like the next big one, I think. All right, well, I can connect it to over here later, but there's so much stuff to do, and it's already 11. Do I want to connect it like that? Nah, I think it's cooler free floating. Yeah, and these are eventually going to be like their own like buildings too, with like windows and stuff and like set dressing. When is it not on fire? Exactly. Yeah. Yep. All right. Right, so this is what I was talking about the other day, where this area right here doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because the way this is going to work is it's an elevator that's going to take you up and into this room and then across this way. But that doesn't really make much sense if I guess I could move the elevator here and have it split both ways, but again, that doesn't, not a whole lot of reason. I mean, just having more options is cool, I guess, but this whole room as a whole could probably just be smaller, right? Probably taper it back in this way. Yeah. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna start working in overdrive because I don't want to be working on this past midnight. Yeah, what I'll do, I'll just have this be like a little observation room that people would like walk into, and then the actual elevator is here. That'll work. I think that'll be good. Where's the light in this room? There. Ooh, don't want that. Don't want that either. I gotta rotate it. Put on the grid. The grid. The digital frontier. I watched the Disney Tron again recently, just because we're working on Deadlock again. Dude. It's so good. It's so good for a Disney movie. Also, Daft Punk doing the soundtrack. So sick. Tron is a little bit of a potato chip movie, right? There's not really a lot of substance to it, but it's like, it's a simple idea, well executed. Sometimes those are the best movies. It's just like a bro movie. It's like, oh man, this is nothing but vibes and cool action. It's like Rambo, right? It's like there's not a lot of substance. There's some substance, right? But it's not like, I don't know, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or something, where it's like all about the story and the psychological drama. It's a very weird example to bring up, but for some reason that is the first movie that came to my mind. Very good movie, if you have not seen it. Kind of sad though, so be wary. If you do not do well with sad movies, do not watch it. I didn't realize how dehydrated I was. Goodness gracious. Super sad and great. Yeah. Yeah, I've never hated a character more than the nurse in that movie. Dude, just absolutely, just in a completely irredeemable character who thinks they are 1,000% in the right. Also, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a classic, like, reference movie. Like, Simpsons has referenced it so many times. So many, like, cartoons. It's like that last scene, just with the with the pillow. Just, yeah. Like, that's just a classic joke, right? When you're, like, upset with someone, just fake smothering them with the pillow. Top 10 villains. Top 10 villains for sure. Also, great twist movie. Kind of. Like, I don't want to talk about it too much. If anyone plans on watching it and they haven't seen it. But, also, Danny DeVito's in that movie. I didn't realize that until I watched it again. I was like, oh, he's the short guy. He's like the neurotic short guy. The book is crazy too, from what I've heard. I don't doubt it. There's always that classic argument that the book is better than the movie, but in a lot of cases that I'd argue that, not a lot, but there are cases where the movie is just actually better. Shawshank Redemption is a pretty good example. Fight Club comes to mind. I wanted to say, I can't remember for sure. Blade Runner. Okay, Blade Runner was a book first, but they just took the title from it. It had nothing to do with the movie. I heard somewhere that, like, the Blade Runner movie was better than the book, but now it's just like, well, yeah, they're different. One's about, like, smuggling medical supplies, and the other is about hunting down humans. Well, androids, but, you know, humans. Let's see. Do I even want this to be an elevator here? Could just make it a stairwell. That way I wouldn't have to design an elevator for this level. I think we're gonna do that. Because we are running out of time. It's like an elevator's cool, but you know what's cooler? Having a finished level. That's just my opinion, though. What do I know? That's like one of those decisions you gotta make. It's just like, oh man, it's like I really want this functionality. And it's like it's something I could reuse a lot. And, you know, it would be pretty simple to do, but right now, in this moment, I'm just not going to do it, because it's better to have something finished. What's the saying? The perfect is the enemy of the good. So it's like if you sit there and like try and make every aspect of your game perfect, like add all these features and everything, you're just never gonna finish it. Any artistic work, really. It's like, dude, sometimes you just gotta treat it like a 9-to-5 job. Like, right? It's like you're gonna clock so many hours into this, and at the end of those hours, you're gonna have a product. It might not be the best thing you've ever made, but it's still gonna be good because you made it, right? You're not gonna put out slop, but you're also not going to polish everything until there's no more edges on it, because you don't have the time to do that, especially if you're working part-time. Not the night, but after I'm done with my current game, 80s action hero game, I told some guy about it, but I don't think they like 80s action heroes. They told me something that the character shouldn't be a badass at the start. Doomslayer a badass at the start, and I don't see what they mean. Yeah, to me it sounds like they just don't like 80s action heroes. There's plenty of games where you're a badass, like right out of the gate. Master Chief, like, he wakes up and immediately starts shooting aliens. Doomslayer, he's woken up after like a 60,000 year slumber where he was fighting demons in hell, and immediately he punches something, right? I don't think you need to ramp up to your guy being a badass. That's like a very modern trend where it's like, oh, we gotta make the character human. It's like, well, humans are lame and suck. It's like, that's cool if you want to do that, but, you know, Kratos at the beginning of God of War is just immediately tearing things to shreds, and, you know, he doesn't exactly feel sad about it. He's just like, yeah, they're in the way. Kind of sick of the sad dad shooter, right? Just like, oh, dude, you killed 8,000 people, but you're like apprehensive about it. Come on, dude. Like, Nathan Drake is like hesitant to take a life in a cutscene, but he's like murdered 9,000 guys up to that point. They told me to make them relatable. What's so relatable about space ninja lizards? Dude, your character does not have to be relatable. Your character can be a blank slate. People are so hell-bent on making this, like, they want to make movies is what they want, right? They want their characters to be like super in-depth and have a lot of character that people can resonate with. But at the end of the day, we're making video games here, okay? And video games, first and foremost, in my opinion, generally should be fun. It's the rule of cool. Is it cool? Do the cool thing. And it's like, and if you can work in a relatable character after that, that's awesome. But that shouldn't be where you start. Like, my first thought when making a game is like, oh man, like, how relatable is this character? It's like, dude, no. It's like, is this game fun? Is the environment interesting? Is the world cool? Am I going to get invested in all these other things? The other characters can be cool, that's fine, but the main character is a vehicle to move through the world. It doesn't have to be this like super in-depth Hitchcock character. It just has to be fun to move around. And that's not to say that those types of games shouldn't exist, because story-driven games are awesome and I love them. But someone telling you that your character has to be a very relatable character doesn't know what they're talking about. Like, I don't personally relate all that much to Jack from Jack and Daxter, but he's a fun character. You can move him around in the world, and it's great. He's fine, right? And, you know, he's got a little bit of character himself. Yeah, the rule of cool is how I rule. Yeah, exactly. It's a game, not a movie. You gotta remember that. And, you know, that's not to say that those David Cage, you know, button CTA click fests are, you know, shouldn't exist, but let other people make those. I don't want to make that. I want to make a fun game. I don't want my game to have all the adrenaline and interest of closing pop-ups on a website. Also, a good example is, like, you can have an interesting character, and it still be like a action game. God of War is a very good example. Specifically the newer ones. But yeah, like Doom Guy is literally a blank slate. He says exactly all of one word in the 2 new Doom games, and as a result, it's actually pretty impactful. But yeah, he doesn't have like a lot of personality. I mean, he has personality, but he's not like monologuing, right? And he's not like terribly relatable, because he's just this like silent killing machine. It's like, I hope you don't relate to him. I mean, killing demons is like always good too, though. So yeah, actually ignore that statement. I do hope you relate to him. Let's see. I'm so close. So close to being finished. I can taste it. I mean, we're actually a really long way from being finished, but, you know. I'm close to having a gray box completely encapsulated. Actually, if I do that. What sounds more fun? A game about a depressed guy, or a game about sharks with freaking laser beams? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I want Dr. Evil the game. I want to be I want to be Mr. Badass cool guy with a billion gadgets and abilities. I want to play Echo Point Nova, dude. I want to ride a surfboard through the air and grapple hook clouds. The guy in Echo Point Nova has 0 personality. And it's 1,000% okay, because he's literally just a vehicle to get you from point A to B and do cool stuff along the way. Just a reminder, go play Echo Point Nova. Very sick game. Played it for the first time yesterday, and oh my gosh, it's so fun. It's so, like, I actively wish I was playing it right now. Like, that's how good it is. It's really fun as a co-op game too. We forge our games from the ground up to make an experience like no other. Exactly. And most of those, like, what I call sad dad games, they're cool, but they're not exactly unique anymore. It's like they were interesting when they came out because they offered like a unique perspective, but there's more and more of them coming out, and you know, there's sequels coming out, and chances are you're not going to be able to afford a multi-million-dollar motion capture room and actors and all the things that those types of games really need to pop and shine. So I wouldn't even bother trying. I would spend your efforts on something only you can do, because Sony is gonna make that game. For God's sake, stop making zombie games, guys. It's like, I know we haven't made a lot in a while, but I feel like every iteration of zombie has been done at this point. To be honest, the most interesting version of zombie is probably the ones from Half-Life. Because it's like, they're not the point of the game. They're just another enemy. Alright, let's see. Remember Pong and other old popular games? They don't got a story. Heck, the Mario Bros. Started without a story. It's just run to the right. Yep. Wolfenstein 3D didn't really have much of a story. You know what the story was? Kill Nazis. Good enough for me. Like, it doesn't have to be super deep, as long as it's fun. It's like, yep, shoot the bad guy, run through the level, have fun. It's kind of enough. And like I said, I'm not bashing games that want to be like really story heavy, but I don't think every game needs to be like some like super in-depth emotional thinker. I don't want a first-person thinker. I want a first-person shooter. Yep, good enough for me. Good enough for you. Good enough for everybody. Alright. I think I'm gonna build some windows and then probably call it. We did it. We finally made it. Way more stuff that needs to be done, but it's, you know, it's at like a good enough stopping point. now have. That there. Ooh, it's coming along. It's almost done. If you want a story game, I can make them one. It ain't hard. I just didn't want to do it, so I told them a story. You play as an experiment who wakes up in a pod and must escape the lab, find out what they are and where to go in this life, find a bounty poster and become a bounty hunter. Yeah, that's fine. Like, the original concept of McSpacebiff was you've crash landed on a moon and you have to fight aliens to survive and you're trying to get home. That was it. There wasn't any more to it. And we kind of expanded on it and we fit the story to it as we went. And then it became, about recovering ship parts. So you could like rebuild your ship, and then from there we kind of like integrated that into like the story where we're like, okay, well, it could be kind of cool if the ship parts that you have to collect could, give you upgrades, right? Give you extra powers and all that. But it was always gameplay first. Because it's like, I don't care how good your story is. If your gameplay sucks and it's boring, I'm not going to play your game. Which, hey, maybe, fine. Maybe it's not for me, but call me old school. I like my games to have a little bit of gameplay in them. This is kind of annoying to do. Alright, let's do it this way. Oops, I keep that on the grid. right. Oh, man. It's basically the story of Farscape, and you can use that as a reference. That's the point. If the gameplay sucks, why would you play for the story? Yeah. I'm Sim Cook. You mean you don't like being a... I'm Sim Cook says, you mean you don't like being viewed as a vehicle to get from one cutscene to the other? Come on! Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like being the cutscene vehicle for David Cage. Yeah, my thumbs get tired after having to mash all those buttons in those quick time events. I can't handle them at my old age. I wish they would make a type of game I wish they would make a type of story game where I just didn't have to do anything, because like my old feeble hands just hurt after a little bit. I wish they would just, like, you know, play the cutscenes one after another. I think that'd be very, very, very cool. I don't want to have to, you know, hurt my hands playing the game. I just want to watch the cutscenes, and nothing but cutscenes. Is that too much to ask for? Right there. Well, there he goes. I need to get a ramp connector at some point. You know, the only thing a QTE is good for is a grab move on you from my boss. Yeah. Even then, I'm not a super big fan of QTEs. I am fans of them if they're not like a core mechanic that you have to use over and over. But anything outside of that, it gets annoying for me. But again, that's, you know, that's a me thing. Like a Metal Gear Solid as story, yes, but at least it's full of memes. Memes, the DNA of the souls. Memes are the DNA of the souls. Also, that's kind of the joke I was making, is Kojima is a great example of someone who very clearly just wants to make movies, but is not in the movie industry. It's just like, dude, just go make a movie. I'll watch it. I swear. Metal Gear Solid is already basically a movie, especially 4. There's more cutscene than gameplay in that game. Like, I'm not even joking. It's like a 16-hour game, and if you take out the cutscene, it's like a 3-hour game. this was like a really sloppy way of doing this. I need to make its own piece, but I just do not care right now. One of these days I will make a proper piece for this. But in the meantime, let's do this. Oh, look at that. Perfectly sealed. Doesn't look weird anymore. Well, doesn't look as weird anymore. To me, if I'm gonna make a cutscene, I'm gonna make it like a Half-Life cutscene where you have full control. Yeah, I like that kind of cutscene more, to be honest. There's reasons to do, you know, standard cutscenes. You can make it more cinematic, right? More tailored, especially if you don't want a character missing something. Because, I mean, let's be honest, some people are just stupid and they'll completely miss stuff if you let them. Like, players will ruin an experience if you let them. And the nice thing about a video cutscene is you can skip it if you've already seen it. Like, there's a lot of portions of Half-Life 2 where it's so cool that it is a cutscene, but I'm playing it my 30th time, and, you know, walking next to Alex, talk about whatever is great, but sometimes I just want to be like, give me to the gameplay. I want to be in the next level. So, yeah, having video cutscenes is good for that. That said, I do think in-game cutscenes are generally a better idea just because they age better. You do a video cutscene, it's limited by the technology of your time. Mainly because, you know, it's going to be whatever you render it out at. Whereas if you do an in-game cutscene, an engine cutscene, it's going to scale and visually hold up and match the visuals over time as technology advances, and, you know, you're able to do things like inject shaders and textures and all this other stuff. So it will end up looking just as good as the game does. That's a big problem with like playing emulated old games. You go back and play them, and, you know, you're playing it at 4K, 60 FPS, HD textures, and then you get to a cutscene and it's like a 480p blurry pre-rendered cutscene, and it ends up looking worse than the game. That's kind of funny. All right. Well, it is closing in on midnight. But I think we did it, y'all. I think that's, you know, that's basically the level. Let me just throw some rocks in here real quick, just for like detail and stuff. Yeah, I said, I think we could kind of finish this up by midnight, and it's looking like we are, in fact, going to kind of finish the gray box by midnight. Woo! Woo, indeed. I'm stoked. I'm gonna do... Oh no, I forgot to put the stairs in. What am I doing? Oops. Let me... Let me add in a few more rocks real quick, and then we'll go do that. Good enough, right? Let's go add that staircase, and then... Oh no! Oh, this... Oh, the ceiling. I forgot about the ceiling. Okay, we'll just do this. Because this is worse. This is like an actual like way to get out of the level. Gotta close in the rat man hole. Oh no, an important character has died. Me looking back after jamming a car into an elevator. How could this happen? Yeah, getting the warthogs in into like just random places in Halo was always so much fun. Like just smashing it through a level. And I kind of want this to be the same thing, right? Like, if you manage to get the hover bike into an area it's not supposed to be, and there's like an important monologue and someone's walking around, they should be like breaking the breaking everything. Or like stacking a room full of like explosives or something, right? One of my favorite things is like in Grand Theft Auto, where people will trigger a cutscene by like launching themselves into it from halfway across the map. Like there's a scene where someone like flies a blimp into the side of a building and they like fly out of it and crash into it, and then all of a sudden he like stands up and he like brushes off the, just like walks in and he's like still on fire talking to the guy. That kind of stuff is like really funny. All right, here we go. Oh, you know what? We'll do nice ramp like this. Oh, we're so close. We're so close, guys. All right, this whole area. I figured it would have to be bigger. That's okay. I think this needs to be pushed back too. It's so close. I do believe I'm on fire, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, dude. Mr. Anderson, I'm going to be honest with you. I hate this place. Me every day clocking into work. Alright, push this back. I love the joke in Is this not on the grid? Love the joke in The Matrix where when Neo finally meets the Oracle, the first thing she does is make him take a cookie before she'll talk to him. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's very funny if the people making it were like, she's like, this is a computer program. It's like, oh, you must accept cookies before, interacting. Either way, it's still very funny. It's a good thing they never made a fourth Matrix. The third one wrapped it up so well. Ugh. I'm so tired of sequels. Tired of slop. Just creatively bankrupt people with more money than I'll ever see in a lifetime. It's like, oh man, what if we ruined this too? It's like, please leave it alone. If you don't have anything good to add to it, just let it die. Not even die, just leave it alone. Yeah, there was never a fourth Matrix. Yep. There was never a fourth Matrix. There was only ever 6 Star Wars. Lord of the Rings was a trilogy that was perfect and there was never another Tolkien movie ever made. Right? Fast and Furious ended in Tokyo Drift. List goes on. There was never a Halo past Reach. Oh boy. Did I not push this wall back enough? I did not. Almost. No, come on. I love you all. I watched that movie after driving 15 hours straight to North Carolina, completely sleep deprived. In just like the cold of like January. That was quite the experience. Just sleep deprived and shivering, watching Michael Fassbender be insane for 2 hours. Ooh, what to do? If they wanted something good, they would have just hired someone who knows the franchise or has the expertise. Well, I mean, it was made by the same people who made the originals. But, there's so many factors that go into making something. Oh, you're talking about Star Wars. Yeah. I know what you mean. But yeah, even, to be honest, there's a lot of factors that went into making those Star Wars films and like them actually being good. a lot of it came down to, you know, just the dynamic of the cast and the directors. Like Harrison Ford is just kind of an asshole, right? And he was not afraid to tell George, like, this is gobbledygook mumbo jumbo. I'm not saying this. It's like, you can write these things, but no one talks like this. It's like, you have me talking like a nerd. I'm not a nerd. I'm a space smuggler. And then, you know, all the new stuff is just kind of made by committee. It's like made... The new Star Wars is broad spectrum antibiotics, right? It's just supposed to cover all the bases. Is this? Oh, that could work, I guess. But yeah, they're not particularly great. They're not particularly bad. They're meant to appeal to as many people as possible, whether they're fans of the original or not. And they've become nostalgia porn, basically, where, you know, oh, we don't really have any new ideas of our own to add to this because, you know, we didn't come up with the original, and there's not really anything to add. Like, it's finished. There's not really anything to add, so let's just make a bunch of references to the things that people like and hope that's enough. And for a lot of people, it was. When it comes to games, you know you need like 5 guys. Yeah, well, depending on the scale, you need more, but yeah, 5 is like... 5 like ace Top Gun people is enough to make like a really badass game. Watch some videos on how George Lucas made his alien models. I like the approach George Lucas took when making them. Yeah, well, and also George Lucas, a lot of what made the movies good was his wife and the editors were like, they were trimming up a bunch of stuff that was like just like weird, like didn't make a lot of sense, and the pacing was like bad. So it's like Star Wars is more than just George Lucas. It was the entire team that worked on it. How I like to describe Star Wars is Star Wars was the vision of an insane man, executed with all the precision and coordination of a team that was leading a revolution or a coup. It's like everyone on that project was on their A game. Like best in class, super creative, best in their field. Like just think about how they made the blaster sound effects. It was them hitting high tensile telephone wire and putting a microphone up to it. It's like they didn't have anything to go off of. They just had to make it up as they went. And as a result, Star Wars is like one of the most interesting universes. And why it's kind of why the first one doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's like, why is there like a pig man at the bar? It's like, why is there a person with a fly head? It's like, well, they didn't really have a budget for costume, and the universe wasn't, you know, completely locked in at that point, so it was just kind of whatever. I think we're gonna... Oops. We're gonna move this back. staircase is a little claustrophobic at the moment. And we bring this over here. And over here. Borrow this piece. Yeah, being insane is how you make a great idea. Most good ideas do not come from a committee of people trying to make the thing that's most profitable and going to appeal to the widest group. That's how you get slop. That's how you get nothing. That's how you get potato chips. Mmm, yummy. No substance though. Nothing interesting. All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Finish up. And then, lights. Spotlight. All right, and just borrow that again. All right. This looks great. Thanks, man. I am happy with how it turned out. right. I think that's probably a good place to leave it off. I want to make sure I don't have any gaping holes lying around anywhere. You know what? Nah. This room needs a light. Probably too bright. There we go. Look at how popular Love, Death, and Robots is. The guy with the case full of money said, make whatever you want as long as it's rated R, and boom, the show went top of the world in one day. That's all it took. Yeah, dude. It's crazy what you can do when you have talent and you a free reign. All right, see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, well, I'll be picking up some Deadlock dev next week. Should have some pretty cool stuff to show, hopefully. I think I'm gonna make these. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Gotta make sure this is still doable. Hmm. Try this again. Ooh. Weird. Let's see. What's the pattern? Wow, the pattern doesn't really work. That's okay. We'll just make it kind of random. Doesn't have to be exact. So close. Once I finish this puzzle, and I'm sure it works. Problem is the camera clipping distance is really bad right now. And also you hit your head on that. As long as it's possible, it's fine. It's supposed to be a secret area. Oh man, looks awesome. Thanks, man. All right, let's wrap this up. Let's do like a little run through from the get-go. This bit's bothering me, but not enough to like do anything about it right now. Oh yeah, this guy. I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those guys for now. I'm also going to duplicate these and put them in here. And then move this in the back of this room. And delete the other one. Where's that? Where's that? Where are you? Where you at? Right there. Perfect. Just give something to fight around for now. Woo, buddy, we did it. Oops. Put him in here. Let's see. Another here. Probably in here. This is just to like get a general. Ooh, buddy. Obviously, it's not gonna be like nothing but crates in the final thing, but it's like a very fast like thing you can throw in a level to add a little bit of gameplay variety. Make sure there's not like a okay, and then here we go. We'll have a shooting moonbot. In fact, they're probably pretty good to have in a bunch of different places. All right. Time to run through. See if I can kind of make it through every room. Oh, you know what? I need to do that. Need to build paths. Make sure my nav mesh bounds are actually large enough. Yes, they are. I need to be a little bit higher though. Holy crap, I can't believe we did it. We did it. We're so done. We're so done. And just for posterity's sake, what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart the project real quick. Just because after the project's been open for a while, it starts to slow down. That and a billion other things causes it to slow. Like my dog water computer. I love 100% GPU usage. That's my favorite. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, it's like having to build the shaders. It's almost done though. Dude, I can't believe in a month we went from quite literally nothing to all this. I need more guns in the map. I guess I could just give myself infinite ammo. That makes sense. I'll do that. Come on, shaders. I want to play the level. Damn shaders and the shading. You're right. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Is it running okay? It seems to be running okay. Nice. Did I hit him? Oh, I got him. You are safe, civilian. You are welcome. Ooh! Oh! I fell into the water. How disappointing. That's okay. Let's run back up. Jumping, jumping, jumping puzzle. And I did this room's puzzles. I missed it because I forgot to get the air dodge, and I thought I did. Which way do I want to go back? I'll go back this way. Oh, come on. Nice. off the edge with you. I'll get the key from the guard over here. And then boop 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 boop. Door would open and we'd go to fight the boss. That's it. That's the level. You know, and you can do it, you know. You can do it in whatever route you want. You come here first. Or, you know, you could cut through this way and come in here and fight a bunch of guys in here. Or if you snaked your way up through this way, you come here first. I am pretty happy with how all of this has turned out. This is just the gray box pass, right? There's gonna be like more detail and stuff in the final thing, and like logs and stuff you can find, NPCs you can rescue, grubs that you can fight. Whole other enemy. It's almost done too. But yep, that's it. I think that's all she wrote. At least until next time. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been super chill. I'm super excited to be working on Deadlock starting next week. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you next time.